Hello everybody, it's us again with more Kerbal Space Program. Now, as we've written in the announcements, today we're trying a few things a bit differently. So, we've both flown a couple like bog standard missions, like super basic weather satellites. I think flew 4 or 5 of those, just to get a bit more funds in. We also did that one contract to recover, I think it was a craft or science from orbit back with that return capsule, where we did the simulations properly, but then in the actual flight had a slightly different profile and burned up. So we did some of these things that were just like more work and that you've already seen anyway. And so you didn't really miss anything by doing that, but we're saving ourselves a couple hours on stream time. And the other thing we did was we didn't build too much like really new things, but we also prepared a couple flights for today. For example, a lunar impactor mission, we improved on that and we have a new version that will fly there soon. And we also just went in and like did a lot of busy work, like new avionic tiers we unlocked. We just went through all our rockets that we're currently flying and applied that to everything to make it better, which is also just, again, busy work like that. That doesn't necessarily have to be on a stream. So hopefully today we'll be able to get a bit more into the action. And as you can see, we have a lot of missions planned. So we'll have some uncrewed missions like the lunar impactor, that I believe we had our first attempt in the last stream, now with a new version that we'll try. Then some contracts. Here is a new weather satellite for an advanced weather contract, so that one we didn't fly off stream. We wanted to get some more science, just because we have more science to get. And then also, most importantly, some crewed missions, so we have a couple more suborbital missions queued up here, but also our first orbital launch attempt. Also, we didn't do anything too fancy. As I said, we just wanted to try doing too many new things. We wanted to leave those for like actually on the stream. But here we just slapped basically the capsule that we've been flying suborbital already. We just slapped that on our bigger derpy booster, which has enough delta V to easily get it into orbit. So yeah, that's our plan for today. Here, new technology just finished. Actually, will the impactor be the very first mission we launch today? Okay, that'll be interesting. So the new impactor version, that one we kind of got a little carried away with. You'll see it in a moment. That'll be definitely a journey. Wrong launch pad. Don't worry, we got this. We have launch pads that can launch this baby. Okay, no, it's also the Derpus, so that one will also need the 150 launch pad. Okay. So I guess we're starting this off with the lunar impactor mission. Now, because it's the lunar impactor mission, we have to start worrying about launch windows. Also note to self, accept relevant contracts. We do like forgetting these. But yeah, that was also one of our issues, because last time we just said, we can probably compensate for it. Retro spoiler alert, we couldn't. So this time, let's be mindful of when we launch. Now, we did try and design it so like we have a bit of time we can spend in orbit as well. Okay, there's Vandenberg, so we're there. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're doing this kind of messy, like we're just eyeballing things, but basically we look at the plane of the equator of the Earth, and then we try to look where the plane intersects between that and the moon's orbit. So here we are kind of looking straight onto that intersection, and we want to be right at the edge, in this case here on the right side. When we launch, then we'll be about the closest we can get to the moon's orbit, which should make things as easy for us as possible. Now, because we're slightly basically over that edge, we'll have to wait like almost a full day. So let's see, it's now 10 and we're like off by, it's really not much, it's like a few hours less. Let's warp until 7 a.m. the next day, and then just do a sanity check, because sanity checks are great. 5, 6, 7, that's fine. Yeah, we can probably warp just a little bit more, but it's yeah. Here, where now? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay, so alright. The other thing we need to worry about, the position of the moon, because we want to intercept the moon while it's also basically at this intersection. Now, the moon is only like this little bit away from like crossing those planes. I mean, eyeballing that, that's maybe... Is it maybe on the order of maybe 2 days or something, which will be a bit of a fast transfer, but that's something we should be able to manage. Famous last words. We should. Okay, so basically now is an okay time for us to launch, hopefully. Hey Kaya. Also mood at just having a really old display names and online accounts. Okay, so now we accept the contract. Then I'll go over very quickly a checklist, because checklists are live. Yeah, the contract. That's an important checklist item. Oh, come on. So our goal here... Oh yeah, we already accepted the impact one. That makes sense. Yeah, the orbiter one, we can't do both in one go, so we can wait to accept that until we launch it, and so we don't really need to do anything here. Now, we checked our launch window. We guessed it, but we think it's a good fit, hopefully. So I think we're ready to launch. Whew. Okay. Night launch, but that's okay. Now we'll just need to check all our MacChap settings are in order. And then the real fun begins once we're in orbit and we can plan the actual transfer orbit. And hopefully make that work somehow. But yeah, we'll probably have to be a bit on the fast side with our transfer, which means a little higher energy. But we have we've come up with some methods to do some more tuning of the orbit, which we'll be very excited to show you. This complicated staging setup with all these different stages with only a little bit of delta V should be a little hint. Okay. Our very nice rocket, and of course, like, engine failures can always occur, but we can't do much about that. Okay, we have a 240 by 240 orbit. That was from some other test. We want to launch into the current inclination. We could, like, maybe there's some options we could do here in MacChap to better align our orbit now as we should. But we're not sure at this point how to do it, and we're not going to spend too much time trying to figure that out, especially given there's a good chance there's just not a better way. Pitch start rate. So we have a coast. I'm not sure we want a coast. What does the autopilot say? Okay, so it does get a solution. Oh yeah, stop at stage 9. Good. At this point, I think that means we'll have 1.7 kilometers a second delta V left in that stage at planned burnout, which is good. Like, we'll probably lose about a kilometer a second to gravity and drag losses, so we have a bit of a buffer. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. Let's check our staging again, because that doesn't hurt. Engine ignite, decouple, booster drop off. Oh yeah, we did add 2 small engines just to make the booster decoupling a bit safer, because we realized we were always losing 2 wings on the booster decouple. And let's not normalize losing part of our rocket here. So that's booster separation and stage separation, new engine ignition, fairings, and the rest is while we're in orbit. That's all fine. Okay. Whew. Let's do this. Oh wait, one thing we wanted to check. There was another setting. Something about... Yeah, we forgot. But, I mean, the last few launches went okay, so this one probably will too. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, let's do this! And there we have liftoff! Yeah, so MacChip always gets confused at the beginning there, because the boosters are only partially filled. It'll make our ascent less efficient, but we have excess delta V in the launch vehicle into low Earth orbit, so it's fine. And we can just take the opportunity to savor these beautiful engine plumes. Okay, let's go to 2 times time warp. Now, booster separation incoming very soon. One second. There they go, and we keep all of our wings. And they explode just on the way down. Perfect. We're actually losing a bit of speed because of that loss of thrust. We can also consider like buying a bigger launch pad soon, just so we can fully fuel it up, which will make this launch vehicle a lot more capable still. Even though it's at this point perfectly capable for all kinds of missions that we want to run at this point. So it's not urgent. More explosions in the background. Boosters impacting the ground probably. Yeah, let's just go full time warp. Oh, okay, now it's nighttime, so it's probably not as obvious. But we also went and installed some new visual mods, which can be very pretty. So far, everything's still looking okay. Getting a little bit hot here, but we know about that. And it should be fine. Okay, let's time warp down for stage separation. Beautiful. So we also added a few solid rockets there at in the separation process. Are we losing control? Adding RCS. When we're not... Okay, I think we can handle it. Okay. Wow. Okay, that was scary for a moment there. But I think it was at least half intended to pitch up more to make up for inefficiencies we mentioned earlier of our trajectory, and then it got close to just losing control because of the aerodynamic forces. Still, like, we were up at 70 kilometers, but we were also going over 5 kilometers per second. And at that speed, the aero forces definitely are still real. Now, full time warp ahead. This will take another real life minute or two. 5 in-game minutes. And then the real fun will begin of planning this trajectory. Let's do a bit of a... Okay. What frame of reference do we want? I mean, that's inertial. Oh, we are not in a good orbit here. We are not. Bad eyeballing. Okay, hang on. Can we make up for that? We basically need to pitch upwards. Do we go manual? North is down. Let's go manual. God. Jeez. I want you to stop calculating so much. Thank you. Oh dear me. And this is why you shouldn't eyeball, because it's easy to get things wrong. Lucky, again, we have some extra delta V, so we can handle having some losses. How are we looking? Yeah, we still have 1600 meters per second delta V left. So we can lose 600 from inefficiencies here. This probably won't make too much of a difference, because we only started trying to correct this late, but we'll see. 1200. Okay, so we're pitching more north now because basically, yeah, the way we're aligned here, that should be more parallel. Oh god, okay. I need to pitch down. Okay, we're getting close. And okay, well, this is not as pretty. So we're now in orbit, or at least I hope we are. I went with engineer, not Principia. But yes, we are in orbit, so we're at 160 kilometers periapsis and 380 apoapsis, which is more elliptical than MacChip would have done it, but it's in orbit, I'll take it. Okay. Step 1, completed. Now, we need to plan our transfer orbit. So let's look at where we are here. So we want our transfer to be about there at apoapsis, which, I mean, it doesn't make a huge difference. But generally, burns are most efficient, especially like if you want to raise your orbit very high, if you do a burn at periapsis, or the closest point to the body, because you will be going the fastest, and because your rocket engines add a certain velocity to your rocket, that means you get the most energy out of a burn, because the energy squares with the velocity squared. So if you start out at a higher velocity, then at a certain amount of velocity, the energy gained will be higher. Physics. Okay. We also need more calculations for you. Okay, no, this is actually really good. This is really good. We can work with this. Perfect. Okay, let's check. So our TLI stage, which I guess shouldn't be using too many acronyms, it's for trans-lunar injection. So basically, the burn that gets you on your way to the moon, not inserting into orbit around it or anything like that, but just like here, an intercept course towards the moon. So now we can see our orbit gets deflected a lot there. That's a hint that we're getting very close to the moon at the other end. So let's have fun with frames of references and switch our frame of reference that we're looking at. So here we were in Earth inertial. Now let's look at the moon's orbit and focus on the moon too, and they're 20,000 kilometers, which is pretty close. Now, let's see. So if we just change the time in which we launch, we can, this is about the closest we can get. Now, time is not the only variable. We can also give you a bit more or less velocity. So this just takes a bit of fiddling basically, because, oh yeah, that was too much away. Yeah, different things will like interact in certain ways. So adding velocity will raise our orbit, but it also means we will arrive, or we will cross the distance that the moon orbits at sooner. And so if we want to change our approach to the moon here, we're going to have to tweak a number of different parameters and make them basically fit together so that we arrive at the right time that we intend to. Which, I mean, that's a bit of magic. Like, obviously, you can also calculate these things properly. In practice, what we're doing now is moving sliders in ways that we know work, but which would be hard to communicate in detail for what exactly we're doing. But basically, we are compromising our speed, which also has impact on the time we arrive, with the time we launch. Those are the two main parameters that we're varying at this point. So the velocity with which we leave here, and the time of the maneuver that we're planning when it will be executed. And then we'll just... So right now we have a plan that will impact the moon, but we also want it to be like as bang on in the center of the moon as possible, because it means we have the most margin for error. So if we get off a little bit, we miscalculate somewhere, it won't completely mess up everything, and we'll still either reduce or completely avoid having to do additional corrections, which will be good especially for phases of the flight where we can't make any more corrections. But like this looks like pretty spot on in the middle. It's not perfect, and we can make it a little bit better, but then we'll leave it. Because this, like, the other issue will be flying this maneuver as precisely as we're planning it here, which will be not at all trivial. But yeah, like, this is perfect. Bang on. Now, just in case any bugs or so happen, I'm gonna make a quick save. And now comes the hard part. Executing the plan. Because making the plan is one thing, executing it precisely, that's another. So let's go back to the Earth here. So we have 34 minutes until the maneuver. So let's start orienting ourselves. So the blue marker is the maneuver node, which direction we need to burn in to execute our plan, just like we've been planning to. Okay, I realized I just made one mistake, and that is that I have been making this plan with our current stage active, which is the second stage, which got us into orbit and which we can't use anymore. And Principia takes the thrust and acceleration values of the active stage, and it might not know that, like, this engine has no ignitions left. So we'll just do a quick check. We have some time left, so we'll decouple the stage, and then we can see what that did to our orbit, and then we can make some more adjustments again. Like, it hopefully shouldn't make too much of a difference. We have a decently high acceleration stage here, which means, like, it tends to keep errors low. So that's good for us. Okay, I mean, that should be close enough. Okay, so let's decouple. Perfect, there was not really any decouple for us. I mean, we planned that when designing everything, but that's good. I think this is the button we want to press. And there, our orbit changed a bit. Let's switch into the moon view again. So we would still impact, but you can already see why we tried making it bang on, because it's now offset. Okay, and that's also different. So let's this way and then that. No, that way. So we actually need to take out a little bit of velocity here. Something like this. Now we're pretty much bang on again. Okay. Now 28 minutes left. At this point, there's not anything else we need to plan for, I think. So let's time warp forward to the maneuver node, and then let's try and execute it properly. Ah yes, I think you can also at this point tell, or maybe that the visual mods we mentioned. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hang on. Our second stage also is maneuvering still with the RCS. Okay. And now, oh yeah, we can also take a closer look at what we've got here now. So the main tank, as usual, like that's our TLI stage that will give us the majority of the delta V. And then we just added a metric fuck ton of solid rocket motors, with the point being they also have different fuel levels, which means different delta V amounts. So these will allow us to add more delta V to our trajectory, make adjustments, either like prograde or even adjust our inclination. Any sort of corrections we need to do, we can make with these. That's what they're for. Because, yeah, the RCS is great for the really fine adjustments, but it's also really inefficient. Yeah, it really is pretty. And yeah, so the RCS fuels that we have at this point are really inefficient, which means we can't do big changes. So that's what all these changes with like together like a few 100 meters per second delta V are for. They just allow us to make much bigger changes. Now, 10 minutes left. We're oriented correctly. We will need to stop just like half a minute before the maneuver node. Also watching that there's no collision here. Okay, that's close. That's way close, but we're good. One more thing we'll need to do this maneuver is to apply a little bit of acceleration with the RCS to settle the fuel at the back of the tanks. So we'll want to be like at least half a minute before the maneuver. We want to start doing that because it can take a bit. The lower the acceleration, the more time it takes. And yeah. RCS is locked. Why is RCS locked? Why? Controllable 1.7 tons. What's our mass? Oh wait, did I have just RCS disabled? No. I mean, our engine is fine, the fuel is fine. But I have no idea what's going on there. Okay, we are at 37 seconds to the maneuver. I want this. God damn it. Is the autopilot still engaged? No. Okay, now it works. Okay, so I have no idea what was wrong earlier, but we have manual control over the RCS again. It's good. Like, we did a full test flight with this, so it would have been very weird if there was some fundamental design issue at this point. And, okay, ignited it a bit late. Okay, so we are doing a 3 kilometers and 135.4 meter a second burn. Well, like, that's what we want to. But we had 3.158 meters per second delta V left. So we have basically, what was it, 5.8. So we have 23 meters per second too much. So we'll then need to turn around and decelerate again, which is not something you do every day with rockets, but we're working with some limitations here. The shaking from the high G-forces. 8 seconds left in our burn here. Engine is performing nominally, which is great. So I cut it manually out a bit early, but I think too early. Let's check where we are. So let's... Oh dear God. Yeah, okay, so now we have not enough delta V. So now rebase, add maneuver. So now we're adding a new maneuver again. And now we basically do the same thing again of like plotting a trajectory, and then we'll execute again and again correct for the errors on the way. It's an iterative process. But yeah, at this point, this is good enough. It's not 100% bang on. Okay, so we want ideally 22. We have a 28 meters per second stage there. That's stage 5. Let's get that up here. So that's 27 meters per second. So then we're 5 meters per second overshoot, which we can then again make up for. Okay, 8 seconds until this burn. 2, 1, and there we go. Got a little bit of a rotation there because solid boosters, or generally engines, they have some uncertainty in them, variations in the thrust and efficiency, and also like residual fuel. So now let's check again where we are. Earth orbit, please. Okay. Now, again, what do we need to do to make this work? We need to remove our 5 meters per second that we were planning to. Okay. So at this point, it's time for pretty much fine adjustments. So now, just now, pretty sure we used one of these bigger ones. Yeah, so we used a set of these two bigger solid rocket motors. Now let's use a set of these smaller ones for the final adjustments. So for example, our final stage, or actually that's probably for after decoupling. This one would give us 4. 4 sounds good. I'll take 4. And the rest we can then do with the RCS. So we just wanted to avoid doing like huge adjustments with RCS, but even the 5 meters per second we could probably still do with just RCS. But if we have the solids on board, then we'll also use them. And just bang on retrograde. And boom. And once again, recalculate our orbit. Now we're really close. At this point, actually, I'll remove the flight plan altogether, and we will simply work with our real-time updated flight plan and adjust things as necessary. And you can see, even just short bursts of RCS bring us very close to the moon at this point. And now we have a beautiful impact trajectory. The only thing left at this point is to not mess anything up. So to do that, I will lock our staging. So even if we hit spacebar now, no staging will happen. That's a handy trick. Now, we didn't start science experiments. Did we have them set up to action groups? We might not have them set up. Or actually, I think you were running. There we go. Waiting is good. Wait a few others. Yeah, waiting. And waiting. Okay. We did it, hopefully. But really, at this point, there's not much that can go wrong. because again, if we check our contract here, launching a vessel, blah, 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 impactor probe must have at least 40 kilograms. We have a whole transfer stage still attached to us. Impact the moon at a speed of at least 2450 meters per second. Alright, so that's one more thing we can and probably will do for fun. We can just accelerate once we reach the moon to maximize our impact velocity, because why not? But yeah, at this point we can just time warp forwards. We also changed out like the type of probe core. So we have a probe core now that's of type deep space probe, which is one of the things we've been mentioning of just upgrading things. The deep space probe core is nice because you can temporarily disable the avionics control, which vastly reduces the power requirement. So that's one reason why we can easily coast to the moon here without having to worry about power at all. And there we're transferring some science here because we're in the high space biome, which is a biome that we haven't really been in before except with our first impactor attempt. But there we've already transferred a bunch of science, 35 science points at this point. And we can just keep going. I think that's our second stage that we're getting the messages for running out of power for. We're still perfectly fine with power on our main probe. Here we're getting further and further away from the Earth. Then we'll overshoot the orbit of the moon just a bit. And then when we come back down, we'll meet the moon. So this is one of the ways in which we planned this orbit to hit the moon perfectly. Because by overshooting and waiting until we come back down to intersect, basically what that just means, we're spending a lot of extra time, or not a lot, but some extra time here to wait for the moon to come around in its orbit until it's in a good place where the orbital planes intersect. So yeah, that's what this overshoot does and what we've been doing with tweaking our velocity and the timing of our launch. So yeah. Okay, let's switch over to the moon. At this point we move not a whole lot relative to the Earth anymore, but the moon is definitely very relevant now. And we're getting close, maybe even on the order of hours until impact. Can we see the moon? No, that's not the moon. That's the moon. So we're still officially in space high above Earth. Oop. And there we go. We have crossed the sphere of influence to the moon. We're officially in high space above moon at this point. Now, one issue we have is that sadly, like, we looked also into like antennas more. At this point, there is literally no way to get a stable back and forth connection to the ground stations on Earth. It's just not possible with the available technology level and antennas. So sadly, we can't transmit the science from the moon at this point. Also, let's do a check. We're still very well on our course to impact. So let's quick save. Because the contracts can also be wacky with like if they acknowledge the impact or not. So at this point, no matter what we do, we'll impact the moon. So yes. But now let's do the thing that we've been mentioning, and let's set ourselves up to like fully accelerate into the moon. So our last solid thrust is here, and then we'll decouple and fire all of our upper stage ones as well. That'll give us 245 meters per second extra. Okay, now orient, switch to surface mode for the moon, and prograde. It's not really necessary to do this, but it's fun. Okay, let's time warp. There we go. As we've also mentioned earlier, it'll be most efficient if we do it when our velocity is the highest, which means we'll do this basically just before impact. Oh, we're not very stabilized here. I wish there was some dead zone for orientation. Because it's really hard getting down to actually zero rotation. And then, especially if you time warp, it'll just rotate your craft away. In real life, you could just have, over a long time, tiny adjustments. But Principia, which also handles craft rotations, doesn't have that feature yet. So it's a bit frustrating when like mods make it more difficult, but in unrealistic way. Like literally, this is not a problem you'd have in real life, and real life would be easier. Okay, we're really getting close here. And there we're going at 2.3 kilometers per second already. I think it's time for our final burn, or 2 final burns. I do love seeing just the thruster exhausts. It looks so cool. No, I don't think I can induce a rotation at this point. So we'll probably just wobble out of control wildly after this burn is over. Oh, and there, you see the Earth. It's vanishing behind the moon. Also, I think the lock is still active. Yep. And there we go. As the Earth vanishes behind the horizon, our impactor did its final boosts and will, with a little bit of time warp, impact the moon at about 2.7 kilometers per second. And then our contract will be complete. Almost 2.8. There we go. 2.79. Wham! And there goes our contract. Total eclipse of the Earth, yes. Catastrophic, no, not a failure. This is as intended. There we go. And we get 16 science points for doing this as well. So that was a perfectly successful mission. Turns out if you plan your missions properly, they're more often successful. Now we should even have like 53 science points or something. Yeah, one question now is what we want to put those points into. Oh yeah, and we also get upgrade points. I mean, build rate is currently our main limiting factor, but we also put a bunch of points in there while we were flying those basic missions and the money we got from there. And we're gonna have like access to lunar science. And then very soon also interplanetary science, because the difference between the moon and other planets in terms of like delta V is basically 0. The main issue will be communications, but that is something that we could literally research now, and I think we will, because this will also mean that we can beam back science from the moon, and we can keep control at the moon. So this is really important. And similarly, I mean, here new science experiments, that's a total no-brainer. They cost some points to unlock, and then they'll make unlocking further parts easier. Okay, so this one won't actually give us science points, but the orbital perturbation experiment. Oh wow, duration 9 years, actually 10 years. 9 years, 364 days. Well, that's a long time as experiment. But the infrared radiometer, that experiment has a runtime of 1 day. So, and it's even biome specific, so I'm expecting to get a lot of science from that. We should actually just launch another satellite into a polar orbit around Earth, just to get that science. Now this is a node we would also really like to go to, because this node is the one that will allow us to use better RCS fuels, which will also mean that we can make way more efficient tiny probes, which will help then in both like lunar and also interplanetary exploration. But it takes a lot of science to get there. As we're here, engines, we're not really in need of more or better engines at this point. So I think we can just save up for this, and then also potentially bigger crew capsules. Okay. So we're getting better communications and more science experiments. That's perfect. We might actually want to push back our second lunar mission then, which we're intending to... So our plan was, instead of doing an impact, we do lunar flyby. We swing around the moon and then come back to Earth, and then once we get closer to Earth, we would be in communications range again, and we could beam back science without ever needing the better communications. Although we might still want to put like the beta experiment, but no, it has a day runtime and stuff. No, we don't need to wait for that, so we can just fly that once it's done. Okay, before we do that, let's fly a very, hopefully, simple mission to chill out a bit. So this one is for... I think we have it accepted already. Yeah, so second generation weather satellite. Could you not, game? Okay. So this one is also a weathersat payload, like the other basic weather satellites. And it's in a basically 1,000 kilometers by 1,000 into a sun-synchronous orbit, so it's slightly retrograde. So 95 is, yeah, a bit more than a right angle. So yeah, that required the Derpy rocket to do. Our other launcher that we've been using for these simple sat launches just wasn't enough. Oh, it's a repeatable contract, the impactor. Interesting. It's a lot of effort to fly, so maybe we'll do that off stream or something. This one is also orbiter one we can do more often. Yeah, so like that's a prime example for missions that we'll try and do off stream in the future, which is just literally flying the same thing again. And it still took us like about an hour to fly this mission, even like planned out and everything going super well. Really a full hour. Interesting. Another thing we'll try doing today is to keep it a little bit shorter than usual, like not 5 hours, because that's just very exhausting, and it's been definitely making things difficult for us. So yeah, maybe like 3 hours, 4 tops. I should have said less than that, because we'll always be at the upper end of the limits that I'm gonna set. So maybe 3.5 hours. We'll see. There we go. Now we'll have to carefully check our orbital parameters for this one. So it's between 1000 and 1100 kilometers, eccentricity below 0.005. So basically what it means is just as perfectly circular of an orbit as we can make it. That's both the periapsis and eccentricity requirements all in one. Inclination between 95 and 100. Let's make it 96. 1 degree of buffer down, but also the less inclination, the easier it'll be to get to. And otherwise, it's just check for stable orbit for 2 minutes. So that's pretty much all the prep that we need here. Let's check stop at stage number. So we have 3 stages here. So the first 2 will propel us into a very high and eccentric orbit, and the final stage will then establish our orbit at that point. Yeah, because the issue is, like, we don't have the ability to reignite engines at this point. Because otherwise, usually you'd want to fly into a low Earth orbit, then raise your orbit to your target orbit, and then do another insertion burn there. But that requires one reignition of your stage that enters you into low Earth orbit, or you need a separate engine with an ignition there. Either way, I think we're good to launch. Auto stage coast, yep. Let's go. And off she goes. Ooh, nice turn. I love it when rockets roll after liftoff. It's so cool. Okay. Yeah, no, should be correct. Just getting a bit confused with the heading we're launching into. But 352 sounds good. I think I'm just getting confused with the layout of the nav ball. Oh yeah, I think I figured out what I had something flipped 180 degrees in my head. So basically what we want to see here is exactly this. So we're not just going straight up, but a little bit to the left. Because 90 degrees would be going straight north, and 96 degrees is then a bit west, but mostly north. Sometimes MacChap can get confused, so we did want to double check. That's again a pretty silly ascent trajectory here. But hey, as long as it works. see, 70 kilometers. This is also looking good. It's predicting to have 1.5 kilometers per second delta V left in our stage there. So that's way plenty. Our apoapsis is 400 kilometers, so our apoapsis is reaching. I think the ullage motors went off there at separation without engine ignition, which is silly. Oh yeah, I think in MacChap earlier when we remembered that might a setting, there should be a setting somewhere that MacChap will use RCS for engine ignitions. Oh dear. Utilities maybe. Oh yeah, I think it's here. Use RCS to ullage. Okay, that's already on. Perfect. Limit Q, prevent engine overheats, limit acceleration, throttle. Keep limited throttle. No. Prevent smooth throttle. Solar panel auto deploy. Antennas, auto stage. Support hot staging. Drop solids early. I mean, hot staging here, we have that in the ascent guidance. I don't think we need to do that here. Okay. MacChap, what are you doing? We're at 600. What? I have no idea what MacChap is doing. Also, it didn't actually ullage, even though the setting was set, so now we're falling back to Earth. Jesus. Okay, this plan is not going as planned. I don't even know what MacChap was planning. Not getting it. Okay. I'm rotating this to get ullage. Oh dear me. So basically also if you rotate, that'll also help settle the propellants. Hello? Can I get some propellant settling? Hello? It's literally not changing. I don't know what's happening. When we have some more RCS up there, we can add that. Hey, not both. Are you serious? Okay, well, we're about to run out of nitrous oxide completely. Should do the staging manually. Like, this is what the ullage motors are for. To settle the fuel. Usually the RCS should also be enough. I don't know why it's not helping here. But clearly this launch is going nowhere. I mean, if we could at least get the ignition, I'd have the hope that we can circularize our orbit and get our apoapsis high again. Okay, we're getting some fuel settling. So we want to get our apoapsis to 1000 and then maybe we could still circularize it. Like, we have barely any RCS left at this point, so I mean, in my mind this is... Oh, go away, MacChap. It even wasted the ignition. Okay, now I'm reverting. Because basically what MacChap did was, at stage separation, basically it wasted the ignition without actually using the engine. Or, I mean, I could... can I access the cheat menu from here? Because what I can then do is, by doing infinite propellant on, we will get effectively the T-tab to use. There. So we cheated ourselves on ignition. I'll be very surprised if this will save this launch, but we'll try. If we can save this one, that would be cool. Oh no, but we're going 2 kilometers down. This is a lost cause. Thanks, MacChap. Oh boy. If we'd realized earlier what exactly was broken, then we could probably have saved it, but now, yeah. I mean, it'll burn up in a moment here. Yeah, don't trust complicated MacChap staging. The probe core survived. Okay, that's hilarious. I mean, it won't survive impact. I think you'll revert. Yeah, no, we don't want to revert. This is a failed launch attempt. Oh, we also forgot to put on the new science experiment, although it's probably not even researched yet. But we can do that for the next launch attempt, because this will be effectively like in a pretty much polar orbit. So we can get some science at least. Okay, let's get more time warp here. We just want this to crash. If the probe core survives. Okay. Ah, it's land. Kinda thought it would be water. That makes sense. We also installed visual mod that makes the terrain much prettier, and it's also the first time we've been using that mod. We're very excited to land on the moon with that. It should be really cool. Like with all the other visual mods, the game looks like pretty nice, like space and everything, and spacecraft can look nice. But the terrain, like that was one of the things that just used to not really be up to par. Also, like the water looks pretty nice with Scatterer mod. And now also the terrain is pretty. So that's cool. And come on. Now I'm gonna add the science experiment to this one, and then I'm also gonna change the staging. I guess the main problem here was the confusion of MacChap by the unfueled boosters. That'll have made it pitch over more than it otherwise would have. And that would make the apoapsis be a lot lower than it should have. And just make its coast calculations be completely off. No, not you, but here. I mean, actually, the staging is fine. It just should not have staged this And we should have done that manually. And we also probably should have... Manual launch? That's fine. We could probably save it. Just from that. Perturbation. I mean, it's 9 years, but if this... Also, hello, spherical tanks. What are you doing? If this satellite is in a stable orbit and the orbits near... Oh, I gotta fix the thing. Orbits near Earth are really stable. Then yeah, we could get a lot out of this. Will it stack if we have several of the same experiment on one probe? I don't know. But we'll launch other satellites. I think both are 1 kilogram. Yeah, I don't think we'll probably have science from all the others already. No point in adding any others. Of course, the fairings get messed up again. Okay, so with this trajectory, also basically fairings will get ejected before the second stage ignites. Save and save edits. Okay, and we can't put it in the queue without it being researched. Where's our... Can I get... No? Okay, I can't get the menu with the technologies. Okay, so I'll have to push up the technology and then wait for that to add the experiments. I mean, it should not take that much longer than the rocket takes to build. We'll see. Tech, yeah, comms system, okay, 200. Oh, and we can buy some more upgrade points. Suddenly 160 days, which is fine. Um, 100 days. What's the contract deadline? Ooh, 228 days. I will build another one for redundancy. And besides, like, if... Okay, we'll have to update that one as well. 100, 228. Wow. Okay, this is gonna be close. But yeah, then we'll have 2 more attempts. Yeah, this should work out time-wise building. Jeez. I didn't expect this launch to go wrong. That's how that goes. Now the impactor will take a whole long while to actually do. But I mean, it's the one that we've been wanting to do the flyby with. So that would be really interesting. I mean, having done everything just earlier, I think we can make it all quicker. And we also don't have to explain everything about the craft while we're doing it. Okay, let's check our launch window. This time we also need to accept the flyby contract. Hang on. We could add the infrared experiment, which only has a runtime of 1 day. Although the flyby, I mean, we could get a little science out of it. I guess it's not worth bothering with at this point. Yeah, I think that'll do. We'll have to do also a bit of a slower transfer there, but that should work out. But we're definitely not in the right position here. Something like this. So you wanna be about there. Something like that. Honestly, this is one of those launches where we could, if we did the planning properly, a direct insertion into TLI. Like if we just start launching here and we launch into this direction, which is exactly the direction we need to, or no, it's the direction we need to go in, but for our orbit insertion we'll end up doing most of the burn on this side. Yeah, no, never mind. I mean, if we had enough thrust and everything, but not with a 10-minute launch. Okay. Point being, this is fine. Launch to orbit. Probably gonna have to wait 3/4 of an orbit to our burn. Pretty much like last time, we also waited like 40 minutes in orbit. And this time, most importantly, we just wanna get close. I think the flyby calls for closer than 5,000 kilometers. Effectively, we just want to get as close as possible while preserving an orbit that will intersect with the Earth, and we might just... So we basically want to get as close to the moon as possible. That'll interfere with the kind of trajectory we can do, because if we get very close to the moon, it will mean we also get deflected by the moon a lot, because we're effectively doing a gravity assist. Come on, was admin? No, mission control. That. Which means either we get like flung further out, further in, and we crash into the Earth, or get our plane of orbit dramatically changed. Yeah, within 5,000. We have money, so we can also, we could upgrade our research again, although it's not 100% necessary at this point. Or we could just buy some more like upgrade points, or we could build a launch pad. We've been wanting a launch pad. What's it cost? A 350-ton launch pad? 250,000. Let's build that. Okay, and on top of that, some more science points. There we go. New launch pad. Then we can fuel up our rocket fully or close to fully. We'll see. Oh yeah, not just fuel up, but like add the other boosters, because right now we only have 2 barely filled boosters, and we're gonna upgrade that to 4 hopefully fully fueled boosters, which will be very exciting. I mean, I believe we planned it from the beginning to work with a larger pad, I think. I hope we worked with the 350-ton limit. Either way, it'll be close and very cool. lunar launch. 250-kilometer insertion orbit, although MacChip should have remembered all the parameters. 240, 240. Okay, the inclination it actually didn't remember. 50. Stop at stage 9. What are we at? First stage, second stage. But there's an ullage. But yeah, no. Orbit 9. Yep. Stage 9 is correct. Yeah. Beautiful time to launch. Oh, wow, that's very stuttery. Okay. So beautiful. Using MacChip's ascent guidance, we could also completely get rid of the wings, because MacChip is actually pretty smart with controlling the rocket, and so it's, yeah. The base game stabilization system. The SAS is not. Oh, we lost 2 of our wings there. That one is really bad at keeping altitude, and in particular like compensating for like aero forces trying to get the rocket unstable. But MacChip is good. Like, you can also write your own autopilot with like mods that allow you to write programs to control your rocket. So you could literally just make your own good autopilot, which we've tried to do in the past, but that was at a point where the implementation of the mod was really bad, and we had to even just figure out the coordinate systems that the game used and everything versus what you wanted, and they had to do transformations and everything, and it was just a whole mess to get anything working. So we didn't get too far there. But yeah, MacChip is nice. And like, even though we've been complaining also a bunch today about it, it's understandable it can't handle too complex rockets situations. Especially then with Realism Overhaul, where it's like, you only have limited ignitions, you have only limited throttling ability, the ullage required. Like, there's a lot of constraints to work with, and if you then have a silly rocket that's only got partially loaded side boosters, well, that ain't helping. Like, I do think that was the main issue here. Without MacChip getting confused by the boosters, I believe it would have had a much better trajectory initially, and it probably would have gone fine. This is so... it's not fully yawing over. It's so close to losing control. But I think it's got it. Yep, there, caught itself. And now it's balanced again. Okay. That's definitely a high pucker factor staging there, with it almost flipping over. In-game minutes left. Oh yeah, I mean, at this point we're pretty much in orbit anyway and we can't fix anything. Well, let's check our orbit. Yeah, it's not amazing. Not amazing. But workable. I think this will work fine. We do have a lot of ability to make corrections after all. Now, quick maneuver designing. Go final orbit insertion. And we're done. Okay. So now we also don't have to explain as much. So let's add our maneuver. And 3, 1, 5, 8. It's pretty good actually already. Oh boy. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna have to be lighter. Wow. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is now a good case of what happens if you're too bad in judging the plane you're launching into. Oh, we got the delta V. Okay, no, never mind. We got the delta V like an order of magnitude wrong. We mistyped there. Oh, that's... Whoop. There, we want to launch about here. This should be... Okay. So this should be time-wise about when we'd meet the moon, but then we would be there too early. So now we do the same thing as we did last time, where we overshoot and then we meet the moon on our way back. And for that we switch to the moon again. Okay, we're nowhere near close at this point. Jeez. We might need to go further out. Yeah, I think that's... Maybe not? I mean, we're miles and miles away at this point from the moon. Oh, wait. We're not planning far enough into the future. What, 20 days? No, that's also too much. Maybe we already were too hot. Okay, this is definitely a minimum about here. But if we go faster... Whoop. Getting close. There we go. That's what we want. Got it. Now, do we need to go faster from here or slower? That's the question. Faster, probably. Yep, because it means... Because we need to... just wait a bunch of time there. We're like 10 days until we meet the moon at this point. So we're having to wait a whole lot of time. So we're now already in range for the flyby contract, which I hope we accepted it. Please tell me we accept that contract. Yes. That's 5,000 kilometers. So we're 2.3, and we basically just want to get as close as possible to spend as much time as possible near the moon, to do as much science as possible. And now is the issue with we're very close. So if we intersect the moon here, it'll fling us way up. And if we look back at what it does to our orbit around Earth, make the planning time longer. Here, it would actually fling us out into deep space. So that's a no-no. So we probably want to see if maybe this orbit ends up being in this direction. My gut tells me it would be better for us. So let's sanity check that. Okay, we're still get flung out, although we have a periapsis here. We just need to make it be more in the retrograde direction. Yeah, so basically, if you... Yeah, at this, basically when we intersect the moon, we want it to, if anything, nudge us a little bit into this direction, into the other direction of the orbit of the moon, because that means we get our velocity reduced a little bit, whereas if we got accelerated, that would mean that we tend to get flung out. How about this? Nope. I mean, there, if we get further out, this one would... Okay, bring us kinda close, but I can't even read how close. 200,000. I think we have communications at that point. Also, why don't I just look at this here? There. Now we'd be definitely well in communication range, but we also might be a bit far away from the moon. Yeah. Hang on. Moon-centered inertial moon-Earth orbit reference. Okay, yeah, that's the mistake. But that means, shouldn't we be able to... Gotcha. You just need to use the right reference frame. Where's the Earth? There. 3,000. That's further away. Oh, no. So what we're fine with is if it puts us into a bit of a... Nope. I think I used the wrong reference frame there again. Okay, we'll just accept a not super close approach for getting it done. Please tell me that's still in 5,000. No! $3,156. We have 3,158. So I can do... Oop. That's not what I wanted. $280. I mean, we could also do a course correction on the way. That might be... $2,000. So we can get a little bit further. That's what I get for saying, oh, I'll just do a quick adjustment. So I'll just bring this there. It's now in 200 kilometers and we're at 4.8. So we're just grazing the moon's orbit. But it works, so we'll do this now. Time warp to the maneuver. Or 3 minutes to... Let's take the time to orient ourselves. I am so looking forward to better RCS fuels. Well, we should like only need really minor corrections this time around, which would be really nice. Like, according to this plan, we'd only be off by on the order of 1 meter per second. With fuel residuals, it's probably still gonna be a few that we'll have to add. Also, we are... Oh, wait. Okay, no, that was perfectly fine to not have ignitions remaining. We did calculate with the wrong stage then, though. Okay, so we'll be off by a bit. I mean, I can already get rid of this. And I'm gonna guess we're gonna need a few meters per second delta V plus. Okay, let's recalculate and see where we're at. We're 200,000 kilometers away from the moon. So we're nowhere near our planned orbit. Okay. Hang on. Did we have too much delta V? That's interesting. Despite residuals. Getting a really funky approach there. That would be close enough. I like this one. Oop. Moon periapsis. there. So we want our trajectory in the future to be close to the Earth again. That's our whole plan with transmitting the science here. This is beautiful. This is exactly basically what we've been wanting to do earlier, to basically make the moon deflect us into a north kind of direction. And now we spent too much time again, and we need to fiddle a bit again. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure like in like 200 kilometers is fine for communications. So now it's like 140 Earth, 4.2 moon. So I'll take that. Now we need 13 meters per second. 13. I think we need to use the small ones. 10. Excellent. And the rest we can probably do with RCS. And we have a straight retrograde node here. And align. And burn. Well, that didn't do much. Excuse me? Why did that do basically literally nothing? 7. What? I am so confused right now. Huh. This is definitely not... Maybe something with the maneuver was wonky. But it felt like we were using the thrusters and they just didn't do anything, which is very weird. Perigee of 160. We'll escape after the Earth flyby, but that's fine. What's not fine is that we're further than 5,000 kilometers away from the moon. Can we get further? Okay, that's a huge adjustment. Let's not go that far. Man, I wish I knew what happened there. I really do. I don't think that'll help us get closer to Earth. Nope, I'm... Oof. I just want you... Maybe we need to wait a bit to make our corrections. Okay, so we'll make in 2 hours a correction. What that does is, or maybe even later, let's make it 12 hours. Okay, no, never mind. That looks promising. So we're getting way close to the Earth. Okay, but we're not close enough to the moon. This would be close enough to the moon. 235. That's pretty borderline. We'd want is something like this. Okay, so this works. 30 meters per second. We can do 30. We can do 30. Okay, let's just time warp hours ahead before we make our adjustments. But yeah, so it's... How do I even explain this? By making the course correction later, two things are going to happen. One, because we get further away from the Earth, that means our total velocity is lower, which makes it easier to make, for example, inclination adjustments. It also means we're further away in our trajectory, so in the kind of, where we are on our trajectory, which gives us just opportunities to tune our orbit in different ways. Okay, so but yeah, I still would like to know what happened there. The solids definitely burned, so there wasn't a failure. We just didn't get the delta V for some reason. The orbit just didn't change. It was so weird. Or maybe I'm totally mistaken and I have a wrong memory, which is totally possible because dissociation does that. Okay, a couple seconds. 2, 1. I don't think I had spacebar here. There we go. This time our orbit changed. Okay. Now we do need to arrest our... Oh. Stop forcing forward. Okay. So right now we're flying past the moon closer than we originally intended, but it also means we're way further away from the Earth. So we need to fix that. 4.4 was our initial plan. So this is pretty much our initial plan. And this should, it fits really nice, so it should also bring us here. Okay, we did it. Ooh, that was a thing. But yeah, we're closer than 200 kilometers when we... So we fly out to the moon, slingshot by it, it'll fling us into a polar-like orbit, and then we will fly past the close. The Earth close. The Earth close. Talking is hard. Okay. I guess we didn't add more science here. But the ones we do have are running, which is important, because this time we will actually want that sweet, sweet lunar science. Yes, electricity low, I don't care, because this is the upper stage. Now we fly out to the moon. Without the icons, that doesn't look very pretty with the UI off. Power is fine. Now we're reaching the furthest point from the Earth, and we're only going 150 meters per second here. Which is a good example for, like, if we wanted to change our inclination of our orbit here, with our total velocity just being 150 meters, literally, if you wanted to reverse our orbit, which is the hardest thing you can do to change to your orbit, it would only cost us 300 meters per second to do so. In low Earth orbit, to do such a maneuver, you would need like 15 kilometers per second. So there you can see the difference that the altitude over a body makes to like how hard it is to adjust. And I think we're now in a moon orbit. Or, well, not orbit, but we're in space above moon, and we are getting some science. So this is going to be very interesting if we can manage to transmit it. But even if we don't transmit it, we will get the flyby. Unless something terrible has happened and our trajectory is now way off. I'm gonna check. No, there, 4.45 kilometers per second. And we need to be closer than 5. And I think part of the contract even is to beam back science, collect science and transmit it. Yep. So we will need to do that. And now for our nice maneuver. So we're coming in from below the moon, as you can see, which will make a fling us up as much as there is an upwards direction. Here, so our science should here. Oh wait, I guess we're not in low space, and it's just science from around the moon. We don't have to collect low space science. Yeah, it's like with more, it's possible to do a trajectory that would lead us very close by the moon and back to the Earth, but it would have required even more fiddling, and we already spent so much more time on this than we intended to. But yeah, now we can see we're flying upwards relative to the moon. And now if we change back to our Earth view, we will spend some time actually getting a bit further. Ooh, our solar power is declining. No, it's actually... Oh, I think it's because we've been transmitting the science at... So at over... We only needed to be like 300 kilometers. Because we did tune up the power of this antenna way high. Like here, power active, 145 watts. Default is like 20, I believe. To increase the range as much as possible. And so I think we beamed back all the science we had on board now. And if not, it'll do so later. And we're at 49 science again. And this is just with like tiny tidbits of science. We can just go back and do something else in the meantime. It'll collect or beam back the science if it has more. Okay, so it took a whole lot of fidgeting around, but we did it. We did our lunar impactor and the flyby, and we beamed back science from it. So that's 2 of our objectives for the day met. So let's see how the crew launches are holding up, because we have both suborbital and hopefully orbital launches planned, although we won't be able to get to all of these launches. We just might skip some of these suborbital ones, like it's not that important. I think it's even just repeatable contracts at this point. And yeah, like we have the capability to go orbital and do orbital stuff more. More science would be really nice. Well, that's 50 and 50. I mean... So our main issue is we need... Okay, no, but we have the comms. So with these comms, we can make a lunar orbiter. Lunar orbiter means we get a lot of science, which means we can spend even more upfront science costs to get more experiments, to get even more science then pretty soon after that. Like, science is just the snowball here. Because if we went for this... Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so we can't actually afford, like, we're missing one science point to do this main node. Okay. So we have the Derpus. Wait, we have one ready to go already? Oh, I guess we wanted to also wait. Yeah. I mean, this one is also just one we wanted to fly for extra science points. This is very low priority. We'll do this one off stream. We'll do one more suborbital launch. This one is also unimportant. So we'll fly the Derpus mission just because it's time critical. Like, we will fail the contract pretty soon. And then we'll do... I wanted the orbital one. We'll do one suborbital mission, and if that goes all well, we will do the orbital crew launch. So these two are crew launches. So let's time up the 30 days, then we'll attach the science experiment to this rocket, and then we'll try launching this weather set again. And if that fails again, then... oh well. But yeah, at least we're getting definitely more things done than usual. Yeah, like initially... Yeah, you don't really notice how much time passes when you just play on your own. Like, if you just play literally all day and you get a bunch of things done, you really don't realize how fast time passes. Like, holy shit. Or with the stream, it's definitely way more noticeable. Wait, experimental parts? Oh, because we still have to pay money to unlock them, but we should have them available. There we go, yeah. 5,000 funds. But yeah, the time definitely gets very much noticeable here. But I think that's a good way for us to handle things. We'll just do like the busy work, uninteresting stuff that we've already done before, and we just fly again. We can do that sort of stuff off stream, and new things we can do on stream, even if they then sometimes can take a bit. But so, for example, at this point we could do both the lunar impactor and also lunar flyby missions. We could do more of these on our own, if we so feel like doing. The other upside is that it can satisfy our itch to play Kerbal Space Program, even if we're not in a place to handle a stream, because that is a lot to handle, very exhausting. So that's also kind of a cool side effect of doing some of these simple things off stream. Now I just need to also switch over this rocket to have the science experiments on it as well. Load. Should all be fine. And then we have 2 more launch attempts for this one, and if like both of these fail, and these really shouldn't take too long to launch. Like, does it take maybe 10 minutes to do one of these launch attempts? What if those fail? We want like, we could probably have the time to actually physically build another one before the deadline arrives. But, I mean, we'll see. First, you in 5 days, which is now, which is a whole dissociation mood. Hey, it's in 5 days. Hey, it's now. Okay, so we don't have any specific launch window, so let's launch it during daytime. Now, how do we do this? I don't know. Yep, streaming's a whole thing. Especially if you just make it a habit of doing it 5 hours at a time, which is another reason why we just want to tune the hours back. But yeah, I don't really know how to do this. This launch. Maybe just a fully manual launch. I don't even know. Fully manual sounds like a bad idea. Although I think now knowing how MacChub will fail, like if we just immediately start up the other stage, and we try and get into more of an orbit within 1,000 kilometers apoapsis. Okay, also didn't remember. I thought MacChub was supposed to remember like all these stats from the last time you launched a rocket with the name. I think it's 96. Let's check. Yep, 96. 1050. Check. So all that's left is how do we wanna manage this? So at the very least, we wanna do the staging manually. So we'll have it stop at fairing SEP, and then the stage SEP, engine ignition, and everything else will be our doing. That's a good start. Next, we could tell it to overshoot a bunch, which should help compensate for losses we experience. Getting a bit too high is not a big problem. Getting too low is much more of a problem. Yeah, we do have some margin. Wait, hang on. Our periapsis has to be between 1,000 and 1,100. Our eccentricity does not have to be exactly 0. So on top of this, this buffer we have here of 100 kilometers, we can then on top of that also have a bit extra with eccentricity. So I'm gonna actually target 1,300. Worst case, I will like terminate early if it looks like it's really getting out of hand. Okay, what do you say about this? You think you can handle that? That's a good start. I think another thing I will do is I will tell it to pitch over way later and slower. It should compensate for the fact that we have this. Actually, let's try this. Like, we want a pretty steep trajectory anyway. No, this is experimental, so who knows what will happen exactly. But I think I want to try this. Okay, so we have our inclination, we have our periapsis and apoapsis set. Not really, but we're gonna workshop this. Okay. Rotation. Good. We're in a correct heading. 354. I like the slow pitch. I like the slow pitch over. We are now in a very steep trajectory, but that's also basically what we wanted. And we're not even far off from its intended guidance. It's actually stabilized now. That's pretty amazing. At this point, well, now that we're stabilized, I can make this more of what we actually want. I'm really putting MacChap under a lot of stress here, recalculating everything on the fly. It's still not an amazing trajectory. Okay, a bit over a minute left here. Okay, fairings. And now you're stopping staging. Well, let's watch our apoapsis here. 40 seconds left. And 1.5 kilometers per second. Delta V left in the stage. Final seconds are always the most intense. Trying to be ready to fix any issues that might occur. 300 kilometers apoapsis. I want to see this go like just above 1,000. Or at least like somewhere in that ballpark. No, that's not happening. Okay, fuck. That is not happening at all. Okay, so what I want you to do now is launch into a 600 by 1080 with an attached altitude of 600. That's what I want you to do now. And I'm gonna quick save at this point, because if MacChap can't handle what I wanted to do now, then I'm just gonna fly it manually. So now we're trying to get into an orbit that... Oh boy. Let's not... Oh god. What? Okay, well, we're starting very silly. very silly. But it's catching itself. There we go. Actually, I don't think it can make this plan. No. Okay. Change of plan. We just want to get our apoapsis to be our target apoapsis. Okay, let's try and do some real-time Principia planning. Okay, FPS say no. Jesus. Everything's fine. Or not. Jeez. Add maneuver. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. If you get 2.5 kilometers per second, what orbit are you in? 600. Yeah, we need to pitch. Oh wait, that's without pitch up. That's the wrong direction. What altitude is that? 900. And we're pitched above that. But also with too much delta V. 700. So I think we need to pitch up a little more. Oh god. This is... Oh wait, no. This is way not enough delta V. To... one and rebase. Honestly, I mean, this is like... I'm not sure what the OK was for exactly, but oh my god. Autopilot can go. This is a fully manual flight at this point. I mean, AirPops is at 700 now. How much delta V is our final stage? Our final stage has super much delta V. I think this rocket was generally just way oversized for this type of mission. We've been wasting a whole lot of nitrous oxide here by having the RCS enabled. Shouldn't be too important. 900, yep, our apoapsis is okay. Time warp down. We're looking good. Lesbians and non-lesbians. We're looking actually very good. This is basically going according to plan. At least like our backup trying to fix a totally broken launch plan. As much as one can still call that a plan. But like, I can make this is pretty bang on now. We're reaching 1,000 kilometers apoapsis in the moment, and we're also about to have stage burnout. 3, 2, 1. Tell me I'm a god. 1,003.7, and we needed above 1,000, which was my target. Oh, when you don't remember what your comment was in reference to mood. But yeah. That was both intense and fun. Like, yeah. Okay, so at this point we don't need you anymore. I mean, we can get the rest of the RCS, burn up the rest of the fuel here. Just because we can. It's the super. I think here we have a tank that's like 15 millimeters thick and like 2.2 meters wide or something. It's a very silly tank. But yeah, we can just burn the RCS fuel. It's not a lot of delta V, but I'm not turning away free delta V. Okay. Next, stage sub. Now, we have another RD-0105 engine here. So with this one, we'll do our actual orbit insertion. Right now we're on a suborbital trajectory still. So we're still arcing a bit up. And then we would fall back down to Earth. So now when we're at our highest point, we want to do our burn. And actually, for this, we can actually plan our maneuver. No engine falling back to RCS. Okay, yeah. We can. Thrust is cut. We can activate the engine so that Principia knows. Doesn't recognize it. Okay. Now, that's a lot of steps planned. There we go. In 3 minutes. We have a burn time of close to 2 minutes. So actually, like, we can start our burn soon before apoapsis. And then, how much do we need? 1,000 is not enough. 1,500 is not enough. 2,000? Okay, bit more than 2,000. So, just a bit over half of what our delta V budget is. So, it's super fine. Perigee should be straight up. Yeah, we were looking for this flip. So basically we want the perigee to be basically exactly opposite, and then we'll increase. Oh wait, we're not flight planning far enough into the future. There we go. So here we would have an apogee. Okay, we can. Oh yeah. Oh no, this is Principia, so we can trust this number. But so let's make U 1090, and here will be like predicted in an hour. So we'll be at 1001 kilometers per kilometers. So literally 1 kilometer above our minimum that we need. I mean, if that's not perfect, I don't know what is. Oh god. I can't believe the manual flying turned out as well as it did. That was very cool. Okay, 20 seconds? No, a minute and 5 seconds. Never mind. So we can both orient and maybe even start settling our propellant here. So this is a pretty small stage, so settling the propellants is relatively easy. There, we're at 80%, 90 and 100. Now just have to keep it there. 30 seconds. Yeah, we should have settled later, but didn't know how long it would take exactly. I'm just pulsing the RCS now to keep it up. 15 seconds. Also manually keeping attitude now because automatic is too wasteful. Okay, but at this point we'll just full forward, ignite, check, and then gimbal. Okay. Now the only thing left we need to do here is cut off the engines when we're in the orbit that we want. the rest planning should have been accurate enough. I mean, maybe we'll need to do a bit of an adjustment. I want to raise our apogee a bit, maybe. While we wait for this burn to finish, let's enable our science experiments. 220 science. It's over 10 years, so 22 science per year. Oh, it even has inclination requirements. I completely forgot about those, but we actually hit those. Oh, we need to actually pay attention. So let's just start you. Now, pay close attention to our orbit, and we want to cut out when our apoapsis is above 1,000. 300, 400, 500, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000. Perfect. 1,000, 1,025. Absolute perfection. Because now, in 2 minutes time warp... Ah, god damn it. It's a contract and we lose the satellite, so we don't actually get any science. Fuck. Well, I didn't consider this part of the contract. Okay. But still, I mean, we finished the contract now, and we're not gonna fail it. And I'm gonna put on our to-do list for off-stream, putting a science set into a polar orbit, because we've literally just proven we can do that. And we don't need to waste like an hour of stream time to build another rocket and fly it and whatnot, and with an equally adventurous ascent profile. Like, holy shit. That sure was something. I'm just glad for all the thousands of KSP hours I've had, so that I could actually pull this off. The things you do for 100,000 funds. Holy shit. Okay, we have a whole new set of contracts unlocked. Let's take a bit of a look. So first, there's more of these second generation weather set contracts. Oh yeah, 100k completion and 100k, so it would have been 200k in total, which is definitely very worth. Flying. Now, lunar landing. We now have lunar landing contracts. We definitely want to wait until we have the better RCS fuels. Then we also have interplanetary Venus and Mars flybys. So these are also things that we can do pretty soon, like with the interplanetary comms. When that research is complete, we can basically do these. And this is scan set contracts, which I think we're just gonna ignore for the time being. So basically ScanSat is a mod that has like various instruments to scan planetary surfaces for like elevation, biomes and whatnot. Okay, also, yeah, so we have no accepted contracts at the moment, which is good. So right now, we have no time pressure. We can take a deep breath. Whew. And we can think about what to do next. So the Derpus, this one can also go back. So now we can basically do the other things that we've been planning. The suborbital and then orbital crew launch, which will then be the opposite of relaxing. That will be the most anxiety-inducing launch of this career so far. Yeah, I think that makes sense. What about the suborbital? Yeah, they only bring us 50k, so we're not gonna grind the suborbital crude flights for funds. That's not a silly road we will go down. So we'll just have, I think, just one suborbital crude flight, unless there's some issue with it. then it would be reasonable to like make another one of these before we dare to go orbital. But bar any issues, one suborbital flight and then we'll go orbital. Science return. Also need to okay, I'm gonna do this real quick because this is a satellite that's intended to go into a polar orbit specifically for the film cameras to bring back the science there, since we still don't have like all the science of the biomes around Earth. Like we brought back the one from a contract we did, but yeah, there's only so much film in one film camera, so to get like even close to getting all the biomes done, we're gonna need more of that. And also, I mean, I'm just gonna assume at least like having several different satellites with the orbital perturbation experiment, that would accelerate the progress. So having several of these, or then like just having some of these long-term in orbit. Actually, hang on. If we're leaving stage 1, stage 2, so this is stage 2, which will stay in orbit. So we could, okay, that's a bit of a, oh no, but the avionics, no, we'd have to change too much there to make that work. So I'm not gonna put the orbital perturbation on there, but the infrared experiment. And I'm gonna put you on the stage. Okay. And then I think we'll just like have a dedicated launch for just a science satellite in a polar orbit that will permanently stay there, that will launch off stream. Okay. Save those edits. Dedicated polar writing notes science set with new experiments. And we'll even have like we're currently researching even more science, I believe. Or are we working towards it? No, I think we're still needing some science to be able to unlock more science experiments. Yeah, it was the thing where we had 49 and we need 2 times 50 to unlock even more. We have 90-day runtime, 7 days, 91 days. Yeah, so a lot of these will be very nice having in orbit long term. Like just a single satellite orbiting in a polar orbit around Earth, and then one in the moon, which we'll be able to do soon. That will give us so much science. Okay, so you're the changed one. Okay. It's just for later. Okay, let's launch some crews. Oh, shoot. I completely forgot. Okay, first, thank you. We need crew management. Now we should have 2 astronauts with still having done the course, like the proficiency for the capsule. That should still be done. But now we need to do a mission training, which will take 58 days here, so that's gonna have to wait a bit longer. But then we can do pretty much suborbital launch, and then 20 days later we can do the orbital launch attempt if things go well. So one will have the honor of a suborbital launch, and one can do an orbital. Now, which one did we use for the first suborbital launch? It might have been Yvonne, but I'm not sure. There's no career log. Okay, that's expert. I guess there's not history here directly at the astronauts who did what already. But yeah, doesn't matter. Let's do the time warp. Actually, I don't think KSC has the times here. So we do that, and then we time warp here. Oh, and we can roll out at least. The Mercury 3. I think on this launch pad, yeah. There, 6 days. And then another week for the astronauts to finish their training. Right until the big day. Okay. And like immediately from the training into the rocket. Like boom, boom. Done. And launch. And now you can fly. Or actually, I mean, I kind of want to be fair. So like if Yvonne could have 2 suborbital launches, but Sigrid 1 orbital. But no, let's switch it up. Let's let her get a suborbital launch in. This should be fine. No, fuck. I forgot to accept the contract. I mean, I'll just accept it on the pad, and if the game just doesn't recognize it, I'll use the console to force it fulfilled or something. I don't want to spend like 5 minutes waiting for things like to roll the rocket back and literally just accept the contract and roll it back out. That's silly. And yeah, I have no qualms using cheats in that way to make the game acknowledge something that we literally do, and that would just take us ages of waiting around to make the game properly accepted. Also, we're at 99% RAM usage. 99. Wow. Still running though. Still running. 28.7 gigs of RAM taken up by KSP at this point. Okay, I've closed just about everything else. Even our notepad. I guess I can get myself something for physically writing notes if I have to from this point onwards. Okay. Contract. Hang on, how does it look? Contracts, there it is. So we wanted suborbital flight crewed. This one is 170 kilometers and not 160, but that's fine. I think in our last flight we went to like 220 or something, which made the crew member black out. So yeah, let's accept this one. Now KSP probably does, yeah, it doesn't acknowledge this as a new vessel, but that's fine. We'll just cheat it complete at the end. Okay, let's do a staging check. Engine, launch clamp, and stage SAP, launch escape system. So we only have a single stage here anyway, it's super simple. And then this should be the drogue chute. Yep, and then final, the main chute. And our action group should be set up for the abort mode. I will not test that. Okay, so let's launch. This will be a manual launch. So we'll have to be on our toes here. Let's get all the stats that we would need or want. Okay, let's do this. Crew launch number 2. Engine is spooled up, and let's go. Now we're flying this manual. So let's start pitching over a bit. Oh, might have been a bit too much. Eyeballing gravity turns is always a whole thing. Okay. I think this might be a bit steep now, actually. It's always... It's difficult, like, even with a lot of experience, there are so many variables in a rocket. So, for example, can't breathe. Did the rocket literally just not start without oxygen supplies? What? Why? Why do you do this game? Well, I guess we'll have to revert after all. Because you won't survive that long. That's so frustrating. Like, there's no... Why? Then we'll have to roll it back after all. Why? I mean, I guess before we do that, let's just see if how long it actually takes for them to suffocate. It's like 1.5 minutes into the flight or something. Yeah, okay. What if we do this? Does that give you oxygen? I doubt it. And I think we would have gotten a positive message if it did. Yep. So it takes about like 2.5 minutes. But yeah. Someone tell me. So cool, takes their breath away. Like, I know in our other rocket, that was fine. And I mean, like, we did simulations of this also, even before we flew, obviously, and I do think last time we specifically clicked on fill tanks at end launch. I mean, it's still... yes, this one... Like, does that mean that by default the crew capsule, when you add it in the VAB, does not have any oxygen in it? Like, it has the tanks, but just has them as empty by default? Like, what? That's the most basic thing I expect. I was just thinking, like, there are also, like, then, like, ways to provide oxygen for your crew and stuff. But, like, early on, and in the most primitive capsule, I don't think there would be anything to provide oxygen. Also, like, the main issue really for, like, breathable atmosphere isn't really oxygen. A much bigger problem tends to be CO2. So the thing that you have that you definitely need pretty soon is oxygen. Wait, we need to actually change things. So at this point also our orbital rocket is done. Let's go and check that one too. But yeah, so oxygen scrubbers is then something really important that also a lot of space capsules have on board then, and is one of the things that were involved in the Apollo 3 almost disaster, where they had to take the CO2 scrubbers from the LEM and then make them work with the command module. So that's the CO2 scrubbers were famously involved there. And now you really do be starting out without any oxygen, food, or water. That's wild. I'm just gonna save you with that change. Yes. A 5-minute edit. Wow. Wasn't something else? Oh no, we just wanted to accept the contract also before we launched the mission. That's just wow. And also the thing is, like, as you've just seen when we were adjusting the things in the capsule, with all the mods installed, there's so much stuff that you don't even have a nice overview over all the different systems anymore. I would have to adjust this one as well. And the orbital one, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure for the orbital one we specifically looked at the life support. But as we're just learning, it never hurts checking. We're also approaching 3 hours. So, given we've been wanting to not do as long of a stream, probably after these 2 launches, the suborbital and then the orbital one, especially like the orbital one would be a very, very good last launch and a good note to end on. Now, what do you say? Yeah, okay, so this one has everything. That's good. Almost gonna start talking about how well the stream has been going, but no, I will not quite start celebrating yet. Literally right before we're doing 2 crewed launches. Let's fly those first. So here comes a suborbital flight crewed. This one was 180. The first time we looked at the contract it was 160. It became 170. Now it's 180. I mean, I'm not complaining, it'll be more funds. And speaking of funds, we could upgrade our R&D. I think that makes sense. Ooh, okay, no, we want this one, because then Kerbals can do EVAs, which also means we could... So we can't do EVAs with this capsule. It's just not a capability this capsule has. So can we roll this out? In real life, basically it just, yeah, like it's a tiny capsule, so you couldn't have any kind of airlock or something, and so you would just have to like fully. Also need to look at our astronauts here. Are none of these ready to fly? Wrong one. Mission training expires 73. Okay, no, I think both are ready to fly and prepared. Okay. So in absence of an airlock, you would have to just fully repressurize the capsule afterwards. Like, you would just evacuate it in the sense of creating a vacuum in... What? Oh no, okay. I just got confused. I think you were supposed to fly. So you just create a vacuum, like you let all the air out of the capsule, then you open the hatch, go out, go back in, and then you have to repressurize, add all the air again. But yeah, that's just not something this capsule could do, and like you have to have the air stored, like either oxygen or also nitrogen, or however you mix your air in your capsule. The Gemini capsule should be the first US capsule that had an EVA capability, and it's also a capsule for 2 crew, so it'll be basically the second-tier capsules that will then also be unlocking sometime in the near future. And obviously, like also Apollo capsule and the LEM module then, so the lunar landers and everything, like EVA capability will be standard pretty soon, but just for the very early capsules. They just can't do that. But yeah, for when we can do it, we definitely want to do some spacewalks, that's for sure. Now, we have water, food, and oxygen this time. The only things we don't have full here are charred ablator, which is like the heat shield once it gets burned off. Shielding, which is radiation shielding, which we don't need for a short trip into space, and wastewater and waste. So that's a check on our resources. Our staging looks still fine. And once again, we do a manual launch, so no need to check ascent profiles. So I forgot the contract again. Jeez, I even thought about it. Or no, I did it. No, I actually accepted it. I forgot that I accepted it. That's better than forgetting to accept it. Okay. One deep breath. And let's do this. Now we have to pay close attention, because if anything goes wrong, we need to abort and decide how to abort. But we're at least off the ground by 1 kilometer now. So out of this first critical phase. Another... Actually, no, this is not an orbital launch. I was gonna say another critical phase will be like... Also, we're pitching over way too much. Another critical phase will be towards the end of the launch, but that's mostly for like orbital flights, because it's like you have specific regions where you can reasonably abort. So like if you're almost in orbit, then aborting means your trajectory is still like almost an orbital trajectory, which means you have a very high velocity, and oh jeez, this is not a good trajectory. This is not a good trajectory. I keep trying to correct, but it's just I don't want to overcorrect and risk disintegrating the rocket. I definitely don't want to do that. But I'm just desperately trying to pitch up more here. Should have brought up far. this got stuck on. Okay, that makes sense. That completely messed up the whole launch. I mean, yeah. So the reason infinite propellant was legitimately bad here is that it means no fuel burns off, which means your acceleration stays constant. But of course, when you plan a trajectory, you calculate in that you lose mass, the more fuel you burn, so the more acceleration you get. Like, it influences if you always burn prograde in with the direction of your velocity vector, then yeah, your acceleration, or how your acceleration changes, has a massive impact on how that trajectory looks. When did we? Oh yeah, we activated that to try and fix the oxygen issue to avoid restarting. Not that that attempt was successful. Okay. So now our resources are still full. Check. Our staging is still fine. Cheats are now off. Gotta add that to our checklist, I guess. Okay, let's try this again. 3 times the charm. And this time we're actually using a propellant. I was thinking it was weird that I miscalculated the trajectory that much. But I caught up at some point at least. Now let's see. I always try launching exactly east. Keep our prograde marker exactly on the east line. Yeah, I think the trajectory is fine now. Okay, probably shouldn't time warp with the crew on board. Yeah. And yeah, we're too steep though. Well, there's not too much we can do about it at this point. Strap in, Sigrid. You're gonna have one hell of a ride. Okay, let's get the contract again. 180 kilometers. So do we have a bit of a buffer? Not that we should need a ton to compensate for aerodynamic drag. Let's aim for 200. Oh yeah, that's... Jeez. I mean, at this point we can try and level it out a little bit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna hit the apoapsis there. And it, yeah, that's oof, that's gonna be rough. So the issue with the steep trajectory is that basically, if you think about going at a specific velocity, if you go straight down, then you have not a lot of distance to go through the thin layers of atmosphere until you hit the really thick parts. If you have a more horizontal flight path, then you spend a lot more time in less dense atmospheric layers, which will already slow you down a little bit. So when you hit the denser parts, you've already slowed down a bit, and it's just gentler, lower Gs, and it's generally what you want to have. Okay, first let's decouple and get rid of our escape system as well. We don't need that anymore. And we can already arm our drogue chutes so we don't forget. We will still need to remember to deploy the main parachutes manually. Those won't deploy automatically. And now we can also have a look outside of the window again. Let's turn on the RCS here. Actually, the Earth should be this way. I don't think we have a lot of... We don't really have yaw or pitch control here with the RCS. Really nothing. Hang on, we should have a separate RCS pack. I think it just doesn't stage. Yep. There we go. And now we have pitch and yaw control. And we can see the Earth here. Game saving. There we go. Seeing the Earth's curvature here. And okay, let's check our orbit. We definitely... Yeah, we've hit apoapsis. Also, we forgot to run the science experiments. Okay, so we're getting some science. We can't EVA here. So let's start orienting ourselves for re-entry. And then let's bring Sigrid down safe and sound. There. Transmitting sweet, sweet science. Now. Also didn't get to talk as much about reference frames as we wanted to today. We kinda had a whole thing planned for while we do the lunar mission. Yeah, so I guess now's a good time while we wait for this to go down. So the two very important modes, or first of all, like, what's a frame of reference? Basically, it's just basically what your coordinate system is about. So there are two big types of frames of reference that we also use in Principia a lot then. So one is... Ooh. Things are exploding. And yeah, you can see our pilot passed out there from the high Gs, but that was expected. So, for example, you could have a frame of reference where the surface of the Earth is unmoving. So that's basically the frame of reference that we're using here, surface mode. But the Earth is actually rotating. So if you have a frame of reference that's like a fixed point in space, you would see the Earth rotating in that frame. And both are then useful in different situations. So for example, if you're flying a plane on Earth, or like in the early ascent phase during a rocket launch, then you care a lot about the velocity relative to Earth, because it also implies velocity relative to the air around you. So airspeed for planes, like that's really important with what's your relative velocity compared to the air on the Earth. But in orbit, what you care about more is the velocity in the inertial frame. So that's when we switch over to this mode. That's then Earth-centered inertial. I'm pretty sure is what these initials stand for. Similarly then, the other reference frames we've been using are MCI, Moon-centered inertial reference frame. So that's, yeah, same second inertial frame, so the Moon still rotates in that frame, but it's centered around the Moon. And then similarly, the surface-focused ones we've been talking about, ECEF, Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. That's exactly what we've been mentioning, with like the surface is unmoving. And you can then also, like here, geocentric solar ecliptic. Don't even ask me what exactly that is. Or here, a moon-Earth orbit reference. That one we were using earlier while plotting the lunar trajectory. Yeah, because it cares, like it I think the way that works is that it's like has the positions of the Earth and the Moon then basically fixed or something like that. But yeah, let's recover these. And yeah, so if you want to transfer from one body to another, like from a planet to its moon, then a reference frame where you have these two fixed is just really handy. And like we've been using it to plan the trajectory, figure out where our closest approach to the moon is and everything. And so depending on what you're doing, you want to choose your frame of reference accordingly. And so usually in a flight we will start out in a surface frame of reference. Once we get to space, we'll use an inertial frame of reference. And for transfers, you'd then use some of the other ones as well. So that's what we've been doing when we've been fiddling with all of these buttons here. On leave, yep. There are a few science points, but we also got a bunch from transmitting. And now we can queue another science. Advanced Capsules Era Electronics Research. Now we just need 50 points and we can get even more science. And like at that point, and when you can do interplanetary missions, at that point, like the world is yours to take. Like you have access to so much science. And it's really just a matter of, yeah, just doing it, doing the planning. Like interplanetary missions then definitely need a lot more planning as well. And our suborbital flight. Which means it is now, okay, time to recondition the launch pad. Then time to roll out the rocket to the launch pad. And then it's time for our first orbital launch attempt with crew on board. So it's getting serious now. Like serious. If things go wrong here, they have serious consequences. Like there's a very real chance that even if we don't do anything wrong, we could lose the crew. Like that's a real risk here. It's not huge, I would say, but it exists. So, orbital contract. Launch a new vessel. Orbit perhaps above 150. Orbit for 1.5 hours. Also, the money 1 million in advance and another 500,000 completion. Like, this is also big money. And this, honestly, we could have skipped the 350-ton launch pad and just gone a bigger one. Also million, okay. We couldn't actually consider saving up for a bigger VIB. Also, hang on with technologies. If we have better comms, I think we can upgrade our DSN, our deep space network, so our communication array on the ground, which means just, yeah, better connection. Part of what will allow us to beam back science from the moon and have lunar orbiters. I mean, this one we will need relatively soon. And it increases our research rate, which, because we will now be getting a lot more science. I think 3 contracts is fine, we don't need more. We will, because we also get so more science very soon. Research rate is good. Okay, so it's daytime. The rocket is on the pad. We checked that it has life support on it. So I think we are ready to fly this. Yvonne, congrats for being, well, about to attempt launching into orbit for the very first time. Now, we have a couple things going for us at this point. We have a quite proven launch vehicle, which means we have a lot of data for the engines, which means they're pretty reliable at this point. Not 100%, like there's always a chance of failure here, but it's not too horrible. Like, you could launch into orbit way earlier if you really wanted to, but like with, yeah, basically the earlier and with less technology you try to do missions, the weirder things get and the more unreliable. But yeah, we'd rather take our time and then do things properly and with a higher chance of success. So, oh, I think, so I clicked the fill button for the life support, but then it actually filled up our boosters, which, I mean, technically we have a bigger launch pad that can support it. But we didn't really want to. I mean, I guess we're launching with the fully fueled rocket here. Gives us more margin for like engine failures, assuming they're just like performance losses. Yeah, okay, so the one thing, like, we didn't just slap on the capsule onto our derpy rocket. We did have to add a few additional things, like there's a few small solid rocket motors here to deorbit the capsule. But otherwise, this is a pretty standard, like, derpy rocket, first, second stage, and then just a couple, the capsule with the deorbit pack and everything it needs on there. So let's do a staging check. Engines, clamps, booster SAP, stage SAP, LES SAP, so launch escape system will be jettisoned there. This should be LH engines, and RCS activate, then engine ignite, then we'll be decoupling here from the stage. Yeah, I guess this is serves as the decoupler here. Activate RCS and activate tiny solid rocket motors that will push us away from the capsule. These three should be the deorbit ones, and then decouple the retro pack and parachutes. So that's a check. Life support, water, food, oxygen is a check. I mean, we could probably stay, I think, up to a day in orbit. We'll see how we feel. At the very least, like, we need 1.5 hours for the contract, so probably a few hours is definitely a good goal. Okay, MacChap, we will not be flying this on manual. We will not. What orbit do we want to be in? That's actually a good question. I think the retro pack is enough to handle. Actually, yeah, it's 150 meters per second. So it can. We don't have to be super low. I mean, 210, 350. It's fine. Let's go 250, 350. Attach altitude 350 to make it easy for you. Um, 50.8. Let's make that. Stop at stage. When do we want you to stop? That's a good question. 5 is our second stage, so 5 will insert us into orbit. Auto deploy now. Hot staging. No, we don't have hot staging, we have LH motors. Okay. Engage. It has a solution. There, we will have about 2 kilometers per second over. Okay. I really hope I set up the action groups. Like, I can't imagine not having done it. Just in case, I will keep the 2 parts that we would need to do a manual abort here. So we would need to decouple here and then activate the launch escape system. Just in case. Okay, let's do this. Autopilot engaged. Mach chip. Orbit is set up. Let's go. And we have liftoff. Why is the thrust off by 50% again? Oh no, is it that issue again with the engine? Really? Really? 800, 800. No, the engines are fine. What is Mach chip doing? What is Mach chip doing? Holy shit. What? What? Oh, avionics. So the rocket being overfueled. Okay. Okay, and literally it's not. Everything wasn't set. What is even going on? What? Why did it shut down? Why did it fly for a bit and then shut down? Doesn't make any sense. The wise thing to do here would be to stop and figure it out another time. Either way, let's revert this. It was probably the fact that we clicked on fill tanks, which then made it overweight, which then just, yeah, made Mach chip behave in very funny ways. The only reason we did that was because of the earlier issue we had with just randomly life support not being on board. So in an attempt to fix a weird issue we were having, we created another one. Hence the revert. Okay. You're being rolled. No, you are rolled back. You're in storage. Let's take a look. Let's just take a closer look at it, how it's set up. because I also fear the launch escape system might not have been set up properly. If it was, at least we wouldn't have lost the cruise, even though the fact that that issue even appeared was simply because the game was being very weird, and we tried to compensate for that. So even like losing a rocket would have been annoying for such a reason, but it wouldn't have been too bad. Now, what do you say? Yeah, 200. Wait, even now in the VAB, that's really interesting. Actually, this? No. So here. This must be how it was initially set up. Yep. So that save. I mean, now with avionics, I mean, it's I guess not. Did we not test this? I was so sure we tested this. I guess we didn't test the launch escape. When I know we tested it for the suborbital launcher. Although, like, if we hadn't been so completely confused about what MacChip was doing with, like, that, like, I would have understood if it just completely didn't work. But MacChip first, like, worked for a bit. The engines were burning, and then it just suddenly shut them down. Which that's weird. I don't understand how it worked for some time. Like, either we saw there was no engine failure, either something is like, yeah, or like with the avionics. I don't know. It's very weird. We might also have to rethink when we do the crew launches, just because of, like, we even kind of planned for oh right, crew training. Didn't think of that. We even kind of thought about, like, oh, what if staging isn't set up properly, which also I think actually there might be a mod, but like, why is it by default not possible to look into at least, or then actively adjust the staging while you're in flight? Like, that's such a basic feature that, again, would have been really useful just about here. Action group mod on physical note now, because we don't have the RAM to run Notepad anymore. Fantastic. Close to 30 gigs of RAM. The new visual mods certainly can't be helping either, although we kind of feared the RAM usage would be worse from installing them. I didn't actually end up that bad. Also, yeah, we totally switched there from that stress of unexpected things happening and the frustration that came with it. Okay, so our fuels are now okay. Now, can I have... We even made a note of that already, but we didn't set up Kerbal Engineer better. Can I have vessel info, please? 145 tons. So that's definitely in our avionics range. Now this should still be all set up. I also I even about the escape system again. We would have tested the escape system if it hadn't meant spending another however long it takes to revert and whatnot. Although I guess with just a revert to launch instead of doing a proper simulation, would not have taken very long. And yeah, that's one of those annoying things when game performance affects how you play the game. Okay, but I think we're ready to launch. Okay, we should actually engage it. Our fuel levels are now okay. Our life support is still up. And our action groups are set up. So if something goes wrong without being leading to some unfair result and we can just abort, we won't revert, even if MacChip does a silly again, but it's handling fine. Maybe it's that you be adventurous staging there. Oh, the wings even survived. How nice. I was just gonna say something. But also the views are beautiful. Okay, we need to be pretty business focused here. I will make one screenshot or maybe two. Maybe similar to how launch pads allow you to just ignite engines and with 100% probability and including engines that otherwise can't be ignited in flight. Also, what's this launch profile here? Jeez, that's not a good profile. What's even happening? This is just... what? I mean, at this point, it's an abort. I mean, this is totally MacChip. Just, I don't know what it was doing with that ascent. It just had a way too shallow trajectory there. I don't know what it did there. On the plus side, we verified the launch escape system, but for real, with an actual human or Kerbal on board, as it were. And there goes our parachute. I wish you could set up automation for it, if your rocket disintegrates automatically, engage the abort action group, which really is also how it's in real life, that you have an automated system that detects if the rocket is breaking up or something, and then it automatically triggers the abort because it's just also so much faster than if a human did it. And in this case, the second or two or whatever it took us to react, that's a precious second when something explodes beneath you. Even though we knew it was coming, we knew pitching over would disintegrate the rocket, but the trajectory was also such that it just wasn't going anywhere unless we could majorly pitch up and raise our trajectory. So at least we got our abort in. do we just have to fly this manually? Now I'm really disappointed. Like earlier, again, like if avionics were insufficient, whatever, that can lead to weird behavior. That's fine. But here I don't see anything that was really wrong, and MacChip just did a silly trajectory. That's all that I'm seeing here. Now, did we save? I hope we saved the changes we made. We're gonna have to double check to be sure before we build another one. Also, let's start crew training. Courses, mission Mercury, you get another orbital chance. You had that first revert. And then, okay, so first you will be scrapped. Second, you will be updated. And then we'll make a copy because apparently we might need a few attempts here. Let's see, where are we? 3.5 hours. Okay. This will be the final launch attempt for the stream. Yeah. I guess we'll just try to launch this one manually and see where that leads us. I mean, it should be fine. Like, we have a lot of experience flying by hand. We took way too long to adopt using... Oh, that's interesting. We have a Mercury orbital and then a -1. Maybe that's where part of the confusion came from with the rockets. I'm not sure, but let's. I think that -1 is the one we saved earlier. Yeah. Also, let's check the life support just to be sure. Okay. Action group. She was mentioned. So we will save this. We will delete this one. Almost deleted the wrong rocket. Oops. This one. And only you will be renamed to 2 because you are the second launch of this. And actually, we will build one of you. And since we're currently editing, we save the edits from this one. There. So now we have our unique names. We have the rocket also saved, the blueprint. And we have crew training under progress. So by the time the rocket is built, we can do our final launch attempt for today. We really didn't get far there. How high did we get? Like 15 kilometers? Can't even talk about a re-entry there, because we never left the atmosphere. Not even close. Okay. I wish there was a move to top button. Or are they maybe under here? Ah, yes, it is. Okay, we could save ourselves a lot of clicking there. Okay, 144 days. These take a while to build. I mean, it's our most capable launch vehicle at this point, and with crew on top, which just has additional requirements basically for checkouts and everything, then it can increase the cost and build time, which again, like part of the realism. In real life, you also have to like specifically certify a rocket that it's capable of launching humans. Like there's much less acceptable risk for a rocket if it's supposed to carry people compared to just carrying an uncrewed payload like satellites, whatever, which of course also means additional cost, additional time. And the way that's handled in the game is that even more building upgrades. The way that's handled in the game is that certain parts have certain tags. So for example, crew capsules would have a tag for being crewed, which increases like the cost of the whole rocket and then subsequently build time. There's similar mechanics also for like nuclear material. So if you have an RTG on board, basically a small generator to generate power based on the heat from nuclear processes, plutonium generally used. But of course, like if something goes wrong with these, or like if you have a full-on nuclear reactor on board or something, it of course means you also need to just be more careful with everything. I mean, she was supposed... No. I think she was... She flew the second... Okay, never mind. We only have her available at this point. Let's just start... Wait. Secret will fly so Yvonne can train again to fly the next attempt. You will this time. Okay. I mean, I was gonna say raising the stakes by doing a manual crew launch, but at this point apparently that's a safer option. I'm gonna quickly go over MacChap to see if we like dramatically put in some like order of magnitude wrong number somewhere in orbit height or something silly like that. Like I don't know what MacChap would do if you tell it to go into a 14-kilometer orbit above Earth. I mean, I'm half tempted to try now what happens there, but yeah. Let's maybe not. Also, it's 1973. We're 4 years past the moon landings IRL, and we haven't even had a person in orbit yet. Especially early on, also with only building a single rocket at a time, with like one mistake, one failed mission means a whole year down the drain. Like that's rough. That's a lot of setback. Okay, let's go everything again. Our fuel is low, which is good here. Our mass is below 150 tons. Check. Life support. Check. Staging. So I'm gonna take a look at MacChap settings. We did the attach altitude thing. Maybe that confused it. That's possible. But I'm not gonna try this now. I will make a note of trying this altitude attach. So in that case, there would just be a bug in MacChap. Which we've said, like, even if that then technically wasn't our fault. We did the abort, and that worked out. But yeah, I'm not gonna try this. I'm gonna fly this manual. So, time to focus. Do we have everything we need? We verified that our escape system is set up properly. That's one of the most important things, and our staging is fine. And our resources. And I think we have our contract. I believe. So, active orbit. Yep. Let's do this. Manual launch. Thrust 100%. Let's go. Shooting off the launch pad. Almost 2 G's of acceleration. I'm again just gonna try to launch as due east as I can. Side boosters, go. Oh wow, yeah, our acceleration is garbage. We're literally still losing speed. That's very interesting. Did we stretch the center tank or something? Like that's... What? I am so confused because I also am pretty sure we did a test flight. Oh, I know what the issue is. So this is another case of getting stuck in failure cascade from weird issues that happened. So remember when we like fixed the fuel levels after we rolled the rocket back from that first failed launch attempt? I'm pretty sure when we designed the rocket, we didn't fill up the center tank fully. But when we fixed that the center tank was full and we just reduced the fuel amount in the side boosters. Now... Jeez. I mean, I think we have technically enough delta V to still get into orbit. I'm not sure at this point if we can make it. But it's time for a college try. Oh my god. Maybe this was also part of what made MacJeb fail. Like between all the confusion about the other things we already mentioned, then also the super low, the super weird acceleration profile. Also, I really want far. Okay, dynamic pressure, we're super fine. Okay, apoapsis is 40 and time to apoapsis is rising. That's what I like to see. So let's pitch over more here. We have 8 kilometers per second delta V left. That means we can have about 800 meters per second losses from here on. Let's see, altitude 40 kilometers. Speed 800 meters per second. So we have to be mindful of not overheating. So we do still want to pitch up noticeably here. Vertical speed is increasing. Good. Okay, far you can go. Aerodynamics shouldn't be too bad from here on. Pitching up a bit more. One and a half minutes in the stage left. Oh god. I didn't sign up for this. 70, okay. Household delta V, 6.9, that's good. I think we're good. Delta V wise. We could still have engine failures and whatnot. With our margins extremely reduced, an engine failure would mean mission failure at this point. Okay, we need to pitch up a little bit still. But not too much. Oh, we're gonna get 6 G's of acceleration here at burnout. Whoa. Okay, apoapsis is over 100. Gave me a scare. I thought the life support message was gonna come there. Okay. Contract complete speed record. Okay. So we did something with this flight already. 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stage separation. Second stage engine ignition successful. LES jettisoned. Apoapsis is 150. Okay, we will have to continue pitching up more. Because we have a very long burn time here. 7 minutes. And we are way lower than we want it to be. Way lower. Okay. Yeah, let's pitch up more. We might need it. 3.9. This is gonna get real close. I think due to inefficiencies from having to pitch up now, we won't make it, which is a big shame. It's gonna be real close either way. Let's see, 1 minute 20. 6.7. Wait, hang on. No, 3.7. 8. Actually, okay. I think we can still make it. What's our acceleration? 0.7. No, we can make this. We can make this. We can actually start pitching down, which is amazing. Oh my god, this is so intense. So what I'm now trying to do is to make sure our time to apoapsis does not go below 0, so we don't reach our highest point. But at this point, okay, time warp down. At this point, it was starting to actually raise. Like, I was trying to just reduce the rate at which it goes down. But at this point, we don't have to push up far to keep it positive. So we're out of the thick. We can do this. Again, unless given engine malfunctions. So now I'm just having to pitch up a tiny bit to keep a positive vertical speed. But yeah, it's the thing that was difficult here is that we had a 7-minute burn time while we were on a pretty low trajectory with not a lot of velocity. So the Earth was pulling us down, and because we had such a long burn time and such a low thrust to weight ratio initially, that meant we had to pitch up a lot to have any kind of like acceleration upwards to keep our altitude. But it was enough, and then over time, like the more fuel we burn and the faster we go, the flatter our trajectory becomes, and also the more acceleration we become because the rocket gets lighter, higher acceleration. Higher acceleration also means we have to pitch up less. So we had to both, like, we had to balance these things, like our altitude, how much we pitch up, and still, like, accelerating actually forwards and not just upwards, without having too much delta V losses. But now we're perfect. We're in a beautiful 200 by then soon about 200 orbit, which is a very nice low orbit to be in for a short orbital crewed mission. Holy shit. I will not fly this again though without like automation with MacChip or something making this easier, because that doing manual launches with like unplanned adjustments and failures and stuff like this, holy shit. But we're totally fine. We're at our apoapsis now exactly. Look at this. Manual ascent, manual injection into orbit, and it's 201.4 by 200.6 kilometers. 200 by 200. Which is above the 150 we need for our orbital contract. And we just need to stay in orbit here. Now let's also check Principia, which I should have, but even Principia says like 201 by 190. So we're good. Now let's separate from our second stage here. And we are officially in orbit, detached with our spacecraft. Now let's start running some science. Check. Now let's check our power. Power will be good for a day. Perfect, we have the batteries. Yeah, and we should could activate our RCS here for altitude control. Also, I will lock our staging so we don't accidentally burn our deorbit thrusters. Now, cruise speed record 5 kilometers a second, and 7 gave us another 110k or so, which I'll always take. And now we can take a moment to relax and enjoy the beautiful views. What a launch! What a launch. Wow. Okay. Let's take a moment to look at the science. Man. I'm actually tearing up a little for having managed this. That was so cool. Okay. So this experiment 3 hours. So we want to stay in orbit for at least 3 hours here for the liquids and microgravity experiment. Telemetry and crew report are probably neither biome specific. Earth, space, low, water. Earth, space, low. Okay, so the crew report, oops, is actually biome specific. And the telemetry is just space. So we can get some science from biomes with crew reports through being in orbit. And we want to stay the 3 hours for liquids and microgravity experiment, which will be 17 science points there, 4.5 for each biome we can get in crew reports. And we should then also still get a couple science points just from returning an orbital vehicle. I don't know if you get those science points, those extra science points specifically for crewed vehicles as well, or if that's just for general recovering any vehicle. The Chatterer mod is also way more appropriate now, but let's reduce the frequency. And also the volume. I don't want no, I just want it rare. I guess the Chatterer mod doesn't really play well with time warp. But yeah, we basically did an orbit now, I think, because we're an hour 50 into our mission here. Crew. Yep. Return home safely is our next mission objective for the contract. But we have some science to run, so we will stay in orbit for some time longer. We're even transmitting a bunch already. The liquids is done. Yep, so we're 5 hours in space now. I'm starting to feel like we probably have all the science. It's our second stage. It's running out of power. That's fine. We are fine on life support and power at this point. And I think we got about all the science we can get from this launch. Oh, no, there's still some biomes. We have time left. We can spend like easily another 12 hours in orbit. So let's get some more of that sweet, sweet science. To be more efficient about catching more biomes, we should have a polar launch at some point, potentially. I don't think in real life there was ever a crew that launched into a polar orbit. Okay, but we've been in orbit now for close to 16 hours. We would still have more than half of our life support left. So it's not critical, but I am getting a little bit anxious. Like for a first orbital flight, this is very good. You can also see here the trajectory that we took over the Earth. So the green line is our past trajectory, and purple should be the planning ahead. Here we are. So here you can see the green paths where we've currently been flying. Okay, we're just flying then over South America. I mean, where do we want to go down? In another orbit, I mean, it rotates here. So in a few orbits, we would be more close to North America. Basically 2 orbits later, so 3 hours, we could do that. So let's plan to splash down here in that water in 2 orbits time. So let's get our trusty flight planner, but it gets so overloaded calculating several days ahead. 4,000. Okay, so that works. So we want the maneuver in about 3 hours. No, we want to go down in 3 hours. I don't even see the maneuver node. It's so busy. Ah, there it is. I found it. Which is good. So now I'm pushing it forward in time. So maybe not that much. Come back to me. There it is. Okay, otherwise let's add the 165 meters per second. Minus 164. I think I said 5 there. Yeah, this is a mess. I'm not even sure what reference frame to use here. 3 days, 2 minutes. I mean, we would have to... Let's just time warp forward by like 1.5 orbits, so 2 hours and a bit. Now let's forward to like hour 18, roughly. Delete. Maybe a bit earlier, just to give us a bit of extra time. Basically, because we're here in a very low orbit above Earth, that also means we're experiencing pretty high gravitational forces, which makes like calculating trajectories pretty computationally intensive. Something. And yeah, so if you then want to like calculate several days in advance, that can get a bit dicey. But now, also reduce U to a day. Mission planning is a day. More steps. Add maneuver. There we go. Now minus 164 meters per second. Yeah, we come down pretty fast if we do that. So we want to come down like here, pretty near North America if we can. Of course, this orbit prediction does not consider aerodynamic drag, so we do have to overshoot. I'd rather err on overshooting a bunch here. Okay, maybe not that much. Something like this. This will be fine. Okay. 42 minutes to the orbit burn. So let's time warp forwards to that. We're going to reach hour 19 in space. $30. 20. Now, I'm a bit worried about G-loads. Because this will be a kind of a steep re-entry. I guess we don't have to burn 100. We don't have to burn all of our motors here. We can just use 2 of them. Or even 1? 1 is 50. 50, 100. How does our orbit look if we do minus 50? And what I would really like from you now, Principia, is a perigee. Okay, 35. I mean, that would be very gentle. And it would make us re-enter very far. Like, then we would be, like, above Africa or something. And we could do another orbit, in theory. Or we do 100. Compromise. It'll be an impact, but we have roll control. But I'm not sure if the Gemini capsule has an offset center of mass to control the re-entry by much, which I guess we'll be finding out. Now, what I would usually do at this point is go back into the VAB, run a simulation, verify that the re-entry path works. Now, because that would need a whole lot of time, and we're already running pretty late as is, we will try this, and if it doesn't work, we will revert, simply because that's the solution that takes a lot less time to do, like loading the Space Center, loading the VAB, launching the simulation. That's 3 loading screens with a lot of time and everything. Okay, so we oriented ourselves, although we still need to wait a bit and then we have to orient again. Ha 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 ha. Very gentle RCS puffs there. Yeah, I mean, if we're having a gentler re-entry, then we can also burn a bit earlier than planned as well. So we can't just go for it. We decided to do the 100. We locked our staging. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Well, that's one way to decrease your efficiency of your deorbit burn. Jeez. Okay, we are negative in periapsis, so we will deorbit. That is the good news in this disaster. I guess we didn't put enough time in aligning the center of thrust of these. Now, we have enough fuel to arrest our rotation here, which is good. Secret. I had a very fun spinny time in there, I'm sure. There was one occasion in, I believe that was a Gemini capsule, where an RCS thruster got stuck on, and they had an incredibly high rotation rate as well, but they managed to get things under control. I think it was like on the order of 1 RPM or something. Like, it was absurdly high in any case for a human. But of course, astronauts are total fucking badass. And they can handle that sort of thing. Okay. So we're under control. Okay, we can jettison our retro pack here. That's all you will do. There we go. So we also rotate it off to the side before doing that, because otherwise, like, theoretically, if you like decouple something directly in front of you, if the object gets decelerated more than you do, which it's much smaller, much lighter, it's empty, it will decelerate much faster than us, then it could just crash into us. And so that's why if you re-enter an atmosphere and you want to decouple something, you do it off to the side ideally. Okay, now, yeah, we will way overshoot because we planned a whole different trajectory, and we'll come down here probably just before Africa, but still in the water, like roughly judging. Okay, our periapsis is minus 12 kilometers. That's good. Hang on. RCS is enabled. Good. Godspeed, Sigrid. The first crewed orbital re-entry. The world is watching you. Yeah, we're still too high to experience a lot of aerodynamical forces. There, okay, some drag, some newtons, 10 newtons. And there you can see the atmosphere starting to have an effect on the attitude of our spacecraft. Okay, now what I really want to know, what is our neutral attitude in atmosphere? This looks neutral. Perfect. So what I just checked is if we have an angle towards the retrograde velocity vector. And the reason that's important is that this is our way to control our reentry. Because and this is because the center of mass of the capsule is not exactly in the center. So the bottom, as you can see here, is this rounded shape. And the center of mass is not exactly above it, but slightly offset to one side. What that means is that the capsule will stabilize in exactly this configuration, that it's not, the blunt side of the capsule is not directly into the airstream, but like it's a bit offset. Which means, because of that angle, we generate some lift. Because, yeah, with the heat shield, if that's angled a bit, it will generate a little bit of lift. It's not a lot, but it's enough that it can make a difference, and it's actually used then to control your re-entry in orbital capsules, which we're about to demonstrate. Because then, say, we are worried that we are on a very steep trajectory. Right now, like, we are 150 meters downwards and stuff, and we just like to not be quite as steep. So what we do, and this is the genius part, you just need to roll your capsule. You don't have to, like, you could just try to pitch over with RCS thrusters. You can try that. But then you have to fight the aerodynamic forces that try to stabilize you in a certain configuration. But this way, you make use of that stabilizing effect and that specific position that it stabilizes in, and you just rotate around so the offset is into a direction that you want it to be. So it's much easier to do. It just takes a little bit of force just to rotate because nothing is hindering you there. And you still get your desired effect. Now we're wobbling a bit back and forth around this point. Because we're still pretty high up, like 82 kilometers. So while the atmosphere has an effect, as one can see with the stabilizing, okay, we're pretty much head on after all. It's very well possible the Mercury capsule doesn't have it, although earlier it looked very much like it was stabilizing around an offset point. So now I'm very disappointed in having just explained all that when it might not actually apply to this capsule. My bad. So here I'm trying to pitch over instead. But yeah, it uses a lot of RCS fuel. It's hard to do. I can do it a little bit here to help us out a little bit. But otherwise we'll be, especially once we start hitting denser parts of the atmosphere, we'll be just hard locked into a ballistic trajectory with not much we can do about it. But I'm trying a little bit here. Actually, I'm not even sure if the Mercury heat shield is meant to withstand a prolonged re-entry. Like, one thing it has going for it is that it's a pretty small capsule and only for one person. The reason that matters is that generally small objects decelerate better because of the square cube law. So if you have a bigger capsule, like even if you take like the basically exact same shape and you just scale it up by a bit, it will decelerate worse because it has more mass, which scales with the cube, so the volume, the mass scales with the volume. But what matters for the deceleration is the cross-sectional area of your heat shield, and that only scales with the square of the radius. So that's hence square cube law. The square, the area, scales less than the volume, the cube, the mass of the radius. And that's why this small one-person capsule has an advantage just thanks to its dinky size, and we're capping out around like close to 8 Gs, and our heat shield is almost depleted, but we're through the worst of it. The worst heating is over. The G load is slowly reducing. Like, it's a rough ride, don't get me wrong. Like, we had like 8 Gs sustained for a while there. But yeah, we survived. Next, we're subsonic now. 22 kilometers up. We'll soon deploy. Also actually coming down overland. Okay, yeah, middle of Africa. Not your generally wanted destination for re-entering and landing, but here we are. I hope it doesn't explode. Like, otherwise it's the thing we mentioned with like, we would just run a simulation with the re-entry trajectory. Like, it's in real life, this would be, these capsules are intended to splash down in water because it just makes the whole thing gentler. And with the main parachutes, which we'll deploy now, we'll get down to like 7 meters a second-ish, which is like about 30 kilometers an hour, or like 20 miles an hour. Or 8.3 meters even, so bit more than that even. Like, yeah. Close to 40 kilometers an hour. 25 miles an hour or something. Like, that's a nice crash. It's survivable, don't get me wrong. But I'm not 100% sure what how stable the capsule is. Okay, we made it. We made it! Well, that was one eventful orbital launch with that ascent trajectory, and then our deorbit burn just flipping us wildly, and then landing on land instead of water. So that was far from ideal, but honestly, it's kind of appropriate for how the real early space programs went, because a lot of things went wrong there. And like, if you go back and read up on the history of spaceflight, especially like really the first crewed flights and stuff, Mercury Gemini program, man, there were a lot of issues, and it's almost a miracle there weren't more like major disasters from everything that went on there. So yeah, I'll call that a spiritual success. Although I'm gonna work on the launch procedures and everything a bit more. Okay, center of thrust of the deorbit engines. That's definitely worth your note. And ascent, fuel center tank, important. We need to verify a launch trajectory with MacChap there. I think those were the two major issues. The fact that the central fuel tank was fully fueled up, which caused us horrible acceleration, which messed up so much. And then the deorbit. And yeah, this science bonus is just for generally vessels. It being a crewed one doesn't give us any more. We still get a bit more points there. Bunch of science we transmitted during the flight already, so we're now over 50, which means it is time for interplanetary era science. Yes, please, thank you. So now we have even more science experiments available, which means at this point we will head straight for this early docking procedures node to unlock better RCS fuels, which will allow us to make small, compact, highly capable probes with better communications. So these are all the key points to allow more lunar missions, lunar orbiters, even lunar landers, interplanetary missions. The door to the solar system is opening, my friends. And like we've already proven, we can get some science from lunar orbit back. We've already done that. And yeah, we're already researching interplanetary comms. We are well on track and progressing further. So this is definitely then a good point, and still later than we wanted to, but that was obvious that's gonna happen. Okay, one thing we will do. We will look at contracts. Okay, I think this is the only new contract I'm seeing here. Okay, no, rendezvous too. So yeah, rendezvous with a crew member on board, 1 million in advance. And here, orbital flight, 1 crew. This is, yeah, unlimited. We can grind these if we ever run out of cash or something. Yeah, buff 180 below 4 to 3 kilometers, 22 hours, 30 minutes. So well in our capability. Only gives you like 160k, so it's not actually that much. It's like less than these second generation weather sets. Either way, we can do crewed orbits now. Rendezvous is probably then something we'll soon look into. The locking will happen when we have docking adapters unlocked, and then we also can dock. And with bigger launch pad, we'll probably upgrade our rocket and look into geostationary missions potentially, or some of these other contracts. So yeah, we can do everything from here on, really. The very first next missions will be science missions, though. So we'll probably prepare those off stream, which, I mean, yeah, we'll just take our known and tried rocket, put a pilot on there, and then we'll launch it. So yeah, we got a lot done today. I am very happy with how our plans worked out with the preparations we've made. So we'll continue doing that. And as always, thank you for joining us, and we will see you around. Bye.